Hey guys. What's up, guys? First, or what happened to the sprinters when I died? Yes, of course, man. That's the only reason I play any other run. You were the first person to ask today. First, you're not first. All right, where did we leave off? Clearly, I was standing on the second floor, not this one. Napping about to level up, reloading about to level up. What I want to start with today, I was arguing with Mr. Retinaru. Not really arguing, but just talking about tailoring grind and methods of doing it. Hey man, why don't you use a car? Why is my face cam so small? All right, bro. Well, it's not small, but we're not starting with that today. Did you die in my CDDA run? Yes, that's the only reason I play a different run. Thank you for asking. You're the first person to ask. Mr. 5K, thank you. See, at least somebody here is going to address me by a proper name rather than whatever else there is out there. All right, so we're gonna start today by doing the awesome sack grinding session where I just obliterate my handy knife. Virgil, put the handy knife down. Sack. My dude is still alive, yeah. Duh. What does Rhett do? Rhett says, so, well, I guess we all know about my, you know, I learned to play. Hold up. Let's learn to play real quick before I answer your question. Right click, interact. All right. Now I know about that. Reloading. Okay. Now I know about that. Gas refill. I didn't even know you could drive a car in this game. Wait. Oh, ooh, this is an important one. Being around zombies, noise, or shooting nearby creates stress in animals. The animals also get stressed if their pen is too small, so you should build a bigger one so that they don't get stressed if they are in a small pen. Okay. Didn't know that. Didn't know that. Animal zones. Make sure not to build a small pen, otherwise the animals will get stressed and they will smash all the fences near them. So you need to build a bigger fence to make them not be stressed out. Okay. Pretty good. Did you die in the castle playthrough? Why are you in a tutorial? I'm actually learning right now how to play the game. How do you know the pen size? Bro, I'm learning about it at the same time you are. But yeah, if you actually want to know, you can just right click on the pens and it tells you all the info. Enclosed size 143, feeding troughs 2, hutches 0, food available, water. Here tiles, you know, roof tile. So basically I have like all their needs are met in this area. Are you the cow? Yes. Bro, are you calling me fat or something? Anyways, before I was rudely interrupted by the tutorial, so most everyone knows of my grinding method for this tailoring. So we're gonna do a day of sack. Of course, you know, I didn't start right when the day started. Okay, bro, Virgil is just attempting to use all of the wrong things. Freaking Virgil. So sack. Cue it up. Am I stressed in that little face cam? Okay, bro. My face cam even tinier. You know, I'm about to start balding and make the face cam ginormous, you know, but I already know the face cam is giant, so there would be no reason for me to do that. I'm going to remain calm and win the argument. Oh my goodness, that is a long message. Maybe you just want to still remember them because you're genuinely crazy potential, and I'd love to connect with you on top of the Twitch streamer pools thousands of live viewers and over 3 million followers. You actually help small creators grow to the right way. The real viewers, active chat, and loyal supporters who give subs and donate. If you're interested, add him on Discord. Yeah, I'm not gonna read that name out, and then the Marion sent you and push you stream needs. Guys, I think Lyric wants to be my friend. I'm the next big thing. Tell your mom about me. Lyric from DayZ, yeah, bro. I mean, I honestly still watch Lyric from time to time nowadays, but I do remember watching him play like Arma BR and like, you know, all those like early BR things before PUBG. Lyric's an alright guy. Yeah, honestly, most like the Twitch guys that, you know, play games, pretty cool. Okay, Virgil, you know, this is a wasted amount of time if you're just gonna not be able to light the fire 100 times in a row, bro. Shatter every wood rod attempting this. Alright, bro. I think we're probably just gonna go to bed and not continue tailoring in the dark. Oh, alright, Matt. Yep, no, he just wanted to do it while exhausted. Awesome. Do I have any fish? I do. Stale cooked. Eating salad before it goes bad. It's always going bad. Alright, that is fine. This fillet doesn't really have anything left. On the ground and sew more sacks up, except we can't do that because sack. Sew sack needle. Doesn't building a castle make you want to have a staff in said castle? What do you mean? Like someone that tends to my needs and I just order them around? Yes, bro. I need Otter to be here so I can just, you know, send him into the dungeon or whatever and like torture him in different ways. What's a good castle without a dungeon? Why are you torturing me, man? What did I do to you? It's good, bro. We are doing some ZZZ gameplay right now, but got to get that tailoring experience. We're out of green, me lord. I have to have my taste tester that tastes my food to make sure it's not poisoned, because everyone wants to kill me because of how, you know, terrible of a king I am. Yes, my lord. Your fish salad is not poisoned. I was just doing a bit of tailoring, grinding, and then, you know, we'll be back to our scheduled, in the town void stomping. You know, I've still got a bunch of ammo in the town that I gotta move to get over to where I'm at, but so we'll do that. I'm already aiming too. So I'd like to get some more shooting experience under my belt today. And then Rhett was saying the bandana is better. This is like a loss. So my thoughts are doing this requires rags, right? Which aren't exactly, you know, you can rip them up off oids or go into town and rip curtains. That's what he was doing. Where's the unstack? I kind of feel like I'm just going to run out of rags like instantly when I do this, and I'm just gonna rather than, you know, having all the burlap. You also can't, I think he did this and was able to do multiples. Yeah, you can't just do all of them. Wait, what if I just like pause the game and do it? Okay, awesome. I feel like initially, you know, this experience I'm going to get is obviously going to be better, but then you can't rip these up. And I have to go out and get more rags. Yeah, like I'm all out. That's the extent of what I can do right now. Well, you know, I have 17 more. But we'll go and get more rags and see if this is worth it at all. Yeah, these, you can't do anything with bandana. Yeah, there's no usage. I mean, have you ever considered changing the second part of your name to a different car, like Rad Toyota? Rah, I can't do that. My name has origin stories. Some weeaboo trash Smash player or whatever, his name was I-19. Which, if you're like a normie, that's basically some Japanese submarine that got sank by the USS Radford. And since I'm just, you know, better, that's my name. Alright, so I just obliterated my entire stockpile of rags. Some 200 rags. For basically 200 XP, I think. I don't know, because 200 rags, bandana is 2 each. 100 times 2.6, so I probably got 250 to 300 experience or whatever doing that, and now I have to go back out and fight oids and potentially not get enough to kind of break even. Some lore I picked up watching anime shows from Gunship. There actually isn't a USS Radford that I'm aware of, but it's like Cancol or some game like that. I don't know. I get that I sound like I'm skirting around it like I do know, but I for real don't know what. It's like a really nerdy, I guess, strategy game. I've watched him play it, but he played it in Japanese, so I really didn't know what was going on. Don't items on the floor disappear, only hats. So the only thing that naturally will go away is if I take this headgear, or if you have headgear and you trip and fall and it falls on the ground like this will disappear with time. And the only way to make hats not disappear when they're on the floor is if you place it on the floor like this. If you just drop it, or if it falls off your head, then it will go away. That I-19 with a single torpedo salvo tank and the aircraft carrier destroy and damage. Yeah, the I-19, if you actually go in, you know, the history, did like a lot of damage, but then it got fucked up by the Radford. Yeah, maggots will go away as well. Glasses, anything that is like a headgear item, if it's dropped on the ground, will go away. I think poop stays there. You can probably alter it to make it stay there, but I've had a lot of poop. It's kind of a problem. All right, let's just grab everything here. Like, you don't have to rip up the sack, but you still have to rip up all this clothes to get rags. Poop mentioned. Oh god, we're turning into billion milk. RIP that guy. I sent him to the Shadow Realm on accident. I didn't mean it, bro. Alright, I got 60 rags. And these oids were already dead, so that's like, you know, technically a time save doing this. Well, ripping curtains, I'm sure you could, but that's like an even more destructive practice than, you know, what I'm doing right now. There's only so many curtains in the world, and there's 1 million oids. But that was something that Rhett was doing. He was doing the curtains. But the curtains, you know, far more limited and also further away from where I am. We'll try this. And I gotta wash them off too. You can't use dirty rags. Do you think building 43 will be able to populate a castle like mine with NPCs? Sure, man. I don't know. I think build 43 ain't coming out anytime soon, so it's a bit. It's a long ways away, man. I know your stance on generators, but will you grind to electrical 3? Yeah, I do intend on doing some more, you know, like I get that I'm leaving the watches and like the calculator right now, but I wanted to just, you know, exclusively look into this other tailoring method that was mentioned and see if it's you know, worth pursuing. Scared of sprinters? Yes. That's actually because I died in my sprinters run. I died off screen and that's why I stopped playing it. So we went back to this one. But I actually died in this run too, but I used debug mode to revive myself. Is that the server that Rhett was playing on? I think that, like, so long as the NPCs are, you know, stationary and, you know, you don't really have to like see them and oh my god, all right, well that's it for the tailoring grind today. Whatever, guys, whatever. All right, well I did get, you know, around 200 rags. That's not bad, but yeah, escape from duck off. Is that the I saw Red Naru playing on some server that he like basically spawned in as like a Fallout New Vegas kind of start. You want to max every skill? Probably not, considering I'm illiterate. I mean, like, there are certain skills like tailoring that I've, you know, put in a lot of time into that if I were to max them, I would just have to, you know, lobotomize myself, you know, to enjoy that. Wait, you died on this run? No, I'm messing with you. No, I've not died in like any serious run recently. Yeah, maxing. I'll max, you know, probably all the combat skills. That's like the most I'll do. But, you know, is my illiterate mechanics grind gonna be awesome? Like, how many times am I gonna take a light bulb out and put it back in on the same car to get to level 10? I don't even want to do the math on figuring that out. No, the like most recent semi-serious death I had was you know, doing like an extinction showcase and I got killed by a sprinter. Who would have thought that would happen? Alright, this might have been the lamest helicopter ever. Maybe we run all the way into the town so he could do one little pass and okay, fine. You know, he heard me talking that shit. Yeah, sometimes there is just quite a bit of space in between his passes. Bro, why am I doing this thrusting attack or whatever? Oh, I must have dropped my water on the ground when I ran over here. Not over. Yeah, I don't know why I'm doing the, stabbing. I even swapped off of it. I'm still doing it. It's a lot slower, too. Maybe if I swap the weapon and go back. Alright, do I swing the old way now? No, I'm still doing it. Alright, I gotta get out of here because it's getting late. Bro, you're... He has a parasite controlling his brain, making him run in circles. Don't worry, Mr. Rat. I'll save you. Okay, well, you can go that way. It's fine. Yeah, I don't know. I'm like not even near the Zeds and I'm still doing that. Maybe if I like drop it. No. If I sit down. No, I don't know. That is bizarre. Yeah, I haven't run into that issue ever before with this spear. Oh, and we have all the oids moving from the meta event now. It might be a bit tough for me to pick up those rags. Alright, we got some trouble. Yeah, the real killer of the helicopter in 16x often isn't, while it's going on. I mean, of course, while it's going on, not great. But this like residual movement does cause a lot of issues. That rat was the pilot. I mean, he was acting like it. He was running around in circles. I get this last little pile ripped up. Alright, now it's fine now. I don't know, it seems like it just, like you said, goes away with time. So I didn't really do anything special to make it resume normal swinging. But to be honest, I mean that, you know, thrusting attack is more like how the spear would actually be used. Not a slashing weapon. What's up, Apple? Radford. What's up, M-Bomb? And I guess see you later. Oh wait, I do need those 3 rags. Those are my gas mask rags. Alright, so I had 200 some bandanas. Where's my, I got 361. I'm gonna just keep going down because I'm gonna have to like keep going into town and doing it. Oh, and I'm out of thread or, you know, twine. I mean, I do have the thread from the sheep now. I could probably just use that. Gotta get food. Getting into Riverside. But I mean, if you're asking the goal question, especially late game Zomboid. It's a survival sandbox game. Not any major progressions to be had once you have everything. Outside of, you know, if you play with large amounts of zombies like I am, getting into certain towns and all that, maybe you want to get a bunch of different types of guns. Maybe you want to get a car maxed out. Maybe you want to get an advanced forge going. But I was testing out the different tailoring stuff that's been discussed. Of course, getting to level 6 tailoring. Oh, my fishing rod just broke. I mean, I would like to have some outposts inside Fallas Lake, as well as potentially, you know, a little north of here, Riverside. The whole map is brand new this update, and I have not explored really any of it. Alright, we've used an entire stamina bar trying to start the fire. Time to do round 2. There we go, finally. Goal for today, feed myself, because I'm starving and losing weight. Uh, 3,000 calories. Eat. Fresh cooked. Very good. But yeah, so I have a safe house here, sort of a safe house here. I would like to have one in the town. I would like to have one potentially up here, or maybe in that little power station that we ran by, wherever that is. There's a power station somewhere. As well as, you know, there's a whole military store down here that I haven't been to. There's a lot of Zeds over in this area. So this honestly would probably be the next place I should go to. I shouldn't try to get into Riverside. That's going to take a considerable amount of time. This place is a lot smaller. Probably better use of my time. Not like it's going to be unpopulated there. There's, you know, I don't even know how many oids. Spear, do it. Fire hardened spear. Spear, do it. Put the fire out. Put the spears in the bag. Actually, probably don't put them in that bag. Put them into this one. I mean, like I mentioned, I'll have bases in the towns, but usually how these runs start, you're off in the woods. Put the spears in the bag. Put the fries in the bag. It's more or less. Put the spears in the bag, Virgil. I'm going to try not to be overweight this time. But I would also like to carry some bullets on me, so that's even more weight. I picked those up very quickly. What? Oh, okay. Fitness, strength. Alright, we're nowhere close to getting these. Yeah, I like being pretty self-sufficient. That's not overly reliant on, you know, limited things like gas or bullets. Just doing stuff that you can craft or do renewably. Oh man, these rats grew up very quickly. I guess I'll have to kill them very soon, or they're gonna start lagging my game. What do you mean I don't get a satiated bonus? What do you mean, what's with the sheep? They look fat because I haven't sheared them in a while. I want to check out this road and see what it would be like if I wanted to get over to that side of the town area. Alright, fine. I didn't want to kill you anyway, man. You can just walk away. Wonder what rat tastes like. I'm sure you can find out. I mean, rats are kind of like that gray area pet to consume thing. Oh my goodness, you're right there. Hey. Like, you know, people in real life eat rabbits and horse and stuff like that, but I guess dogs also, but dog, I imagine, in most first world countries is kind of seen as a you don't eat that kind of meat. Yeah, you can eat it. You can eat dog. Yeah, the weirdest animal I remember the taste being described for was penguin, and you don't want to eat penguin. Apparently penguin meat is very tough. I think in Australia you can eat kangaroo too, right? Like they're not endangered or anything. You can just eat them. Oh, I realize also now that it's, you know, like 20 o'clock and I'm out in the middle of nowhere. I can see one of the best Zomboid players. I probably won't join the rat race, but I do enjoy 16x, you know. But my settings are not the rat race settings now. Yeah, you can. Well, I think guinea pigs are endangered, right? Or at least you can't hunt them. Yeah, from what I remember, so penguin meat is bad, but the penguin eggs are apparently good to eat. Yeah, I'm not exactly my playstyle. I don't really get a whole lot of skills maxed out. I just always play illiterate, and that's like one of the requirements for winning. And then the other one is like I'm not super kill focused a lot of the times. Like inevitably, if you play long enough, you end up having, you know, a character with, you know, a lot of kills. But it's never really like a main goal of my playthroughs. Bro, I need to change where these stairs are. It is just not great. Especially with that corner piece there. I can't align myself with it in the dark. Yeah, you can't get rid of illiterate. So that if you take illiterate, basically how you have to play the game if you're illiterate is if you don't have a skill bonus to like the crafting skills, you can't max it out unless you do a ton of grinding. So like the only reason I'm even remotely close to being done with blacksmithing is because I've spent like days and days getting at most like 1,200 experience at a time. So if we sit down and look at like how much it would take me to get this next level, I need 7,500, right? So that's probably like 7 or 8 days of straight grinding, or you know the number below that that range. And then I need 9,000 experience to get level 10. So that's, you know, going to be, you know, around 10 days of grinding plus, you know, however long it takes me to get the amount of charcoal for that. So I could spend like an entire month essentially in game just doing that skill alone to max out. Or I could just not take illiterate, you know, and, you know, be able to read books. My pops ate a river rat and that's what he said. What? Okay, we're just eating rats today. No, I kind of just enjoy the illiterate playstyle and what it encompasses. Illiterate wilderness mode, just caveman mode. No car, no generator, no books. A rat and a salad. I mean, we'll be eating rat salad here pretty soon. I've got, you know, 10 of them that I've got to do something about. Otherwise, they're going to multiply. Yeah, I mean, admittedly, even with illiterate, I could have a generator. I could have, you know, the luxuries of, you know, a 21st century lifestyle. I just choose not to. I mean, I've been using a gun a lot more this playthrough, but, you know, I just have more ammo to work with this time around. Alright, I think it's over here. This is where I want to go. Yep. I don't know. Wait, is my gun even loaded? It is not. Alright, that would have been embarrassing. Why not use cars? So the car generator situation are tied together. I'm sure maybe you've heard this, but you know, just for the people that have never heard of the car generator situation. So to use a car, we need gas. To get to the gas station, we got to put a generator down to get. So then I know where generator is. I got to find a funnel. I got to find a rubber hose. I got to siphon the gas out of a car with existing gas that I don't know where it is. And I take that gas and put it in a bottle, and then take the generator and put it down. And I need to connect the generator, which I need to be level 3 electrical, which I need to take apart 300 watches or 500 watches to be able to do. But after I do that, I'm gonna put the generator down. I can connect it, and I could put the gas into the generator. I can turn it on, and then put the you know, gas from that gas station into a car that I don't have the keys to, and then I can be Sunday driver and drive around. So essentially right now, if I run, I'm faster than the car. And also, I'm grinding running experience the whole time I'm walking around like this. Yeah, you have to like repair cars and stuff. They degrade over time. The parts aren't permanent. Plus, like, even if I were to repair cars and put, you know, level mechanics, I don't have a bonus to it. And I'm illiterate. And, you know, mechanics isn't really the funnest grind to begin with, where I'm just taking a light bulb out and putting it back in. And I've already done, like, one of the not fun grinds, aka tailoring, you know, as illiterate. And I can imagine the highest mechanics level I would get would be kind of the same as tailoring. No, but the grind is never going to be worth it, because at the end of the grind of me, even if I have all that car and I have a perfect car, you know, a sports car or whatever, I can drive around 40 miles per hour in as Sunday driver. And potentially die the second I have to do off-roading or towing or anything. Yeah, cars are, you know, also very dangerous. You know, Mr. Lamprey also, you know, so there's like several other instances of, you know, high profile 16x deaths that are caused by indirectly by cars and getting out of them, or crashing a car, you know. So Lamprey had like a 900,000 whatever death, and then there was the other I think British Badger is his name. He had a car death. You know, there's just, cars just kill you, man. And then it's best just to avoid them. And also, you know, you can passively level up running skill. You never level up driving skill while you're driving around, but what if I just become a marathon runner? How do you gain weight without animal products? Fishing. Oh no, Rhett's here. Oh no. What's up, Rhett? Why don't I just not play with Sunday Driver? If you don't drive, Sunday Driver is 3 points. How's it going, Rhett? Yeah, I tried your bandana. You definitely get more experience so long as you can supply yourself with rags, but that's if you can supply yourself with the rags. About 1.5 times as effective. It's just far more destructive than this axe. Thunder Driver peak for what you were doing. Yeah, this also multiplayer essentially. You just become the passenger princess. You just don't ever be the driver. All right, I think I might be going into certain death here, but I'll do a little bit of scouting. Are fish not animal products? Fish are vegetables, but yeah, gaining weight without animal products is not possible. I think you would have to do cabbages, and then you have to go through the whole build 42 growing thing and eat cabbages all day, which isn't great even in build 41. Yeah, I think if you're doing anything besides rabbits, butter, or fish in build 42, you're just going to be losing weight. Broccoli, you could. I know potatoes are 70 calories each, but I've only really grown potatoes because they last forever without a refrigerator. This is getting kind of sketchy. I don't like fence fighting from that angle. Especially with the spear. Man, I just killed like 50 of them before I got exhausted. 50 caterpillars, maybe. I haven't eaten bugs for calories, and I've actually never even attempted to do it, but I knew at one point in the game, one method of just not starving back when food was super limited was just digging for worms. That was a long time ago, though. Fish, basically vegetables. More or less. I mean, just an alternative meat. I really should probably rest longer than I did. I mean, all insects are far worse even for hunger now. They used to give 5 or 6 hunger. I think they're all 1 now. How do you control time with such ease when foraging, and how to get foraged item from the ground without without clicking on it? You just click on it. So if you just double click on something when you forage it, it goes into whatever inventory you have open. And if you're asking just like how I do the 2x speeds, because if I have the foraging menu open, because clearly that's exactly what I'm trying to do right now when I'm fighting a bunch of oids. If you fast forward and walk around, it just doesn't really see anything. But if you walk around in 1x speed, you'll find stuff. So I just try to, space it out so that I can still find things. And you just click on it. So I clicked on that. It went into my satchel. And here's another thing about calories in this game. So in real life, carbs have 4 calories in them. Protein has 4 calories and fat has 8. And this entire grapefruit has 6 calories in it, but it has 40 carbs, 7 protein, and 1.5 fat. So, like, if they, did some basic math here, some of these foraged items would clearly have a lot more calories in them than they do. If we're just going off, the nutrition that's in it. The berries might be a little bit more faithful, but I know the grapefruit is it's a very bad offender of this. Yeah, I don't know. The grapefruit, like, of all the things that I can think of, is probably the worst balance in terms of what its nutrition is. Here's the cherry, I guess, is fine. 8 calories, it's like nothing. But I mean, in general, like, all foraged things are pathetic for eating. I can just eat these to get rid of hunger, but that's about it. Yeah, honestly, I think foraging at 1x speed, just walking around or even in the nimble stance, isn't bad in single player. Something about stable though is you can actually fast forward while nimble now, so like you can grind nimble at 2x the rate. But that's not like a foraging related thing. Because I recently have done a lot of foraging in multiplayer, and I think, honestly, I kind of find stuff at the same rate that I do in single player using fast forward. Oh, does that nimble thing still work? I haven't even updated that, like, guide thing on my channel. I still have 42.3.1 on the title. That's hilarious if it does. Yeah, I have no clue why that is still in the game if it is. I didn't even try to optimize it heavily, but I was able to get like 3,000 nimble experience in one day. I'm sure you can get more. You might even be able to max it out entirely in one day if you really just tried. Be kind of bizarre having max nimble but level 3 in a combat skill. How to max nimble? There's actually a tutorial video on my channel, and you just find a bunch of wild animals, get them stuck somewhere, and you just sneak around in circles, and that's it. So late game, a way of setting this up is if you find rats or something in a house, or if there's a pen like this and rabbits spawn inside of it, that's a way to kind of keep them enclosed. But yeah, there's a few ways of doing it. Yeah, like I'll use some bugs, but some bugs like that really just kind of destroy the progression of the game. It'd be like if I had a run, but I started my character back in 42.0 and just, you know, used the exercise exploit to go to all the way to level 10 or something like that. So I don't think I've been to this. Yeah, this is all new. I'm not even in the area that I want to be, but place looks like it's been looted. Not like I can really take anything anyway, but alright, I'm gonna run through here a bit. I want to get back up to that military store. I know there's gonna be, you know, some 10,000 oids at it, but be worth checking out. You learn the fire hydrant recipe with Bushcrafter. Bushcrafter stays winning. I don't have a trait for recovery. Recovery, in my case, you know, I don't have any like modded traits or anything like that, but it's just based on having fitness. I'm fitness 7, so I'm actually pretty high. Yeah, we don't have no modded traits, no nothing like that. Ooh, there is some MetaZ movement right now. Okay, so this is the road that I want to get to. Yeah, stamina management, and just avoiding having the exhausted noodle. It's a big part about survival, especially in, you know, high population games. Yeah, I've already pushed way further than I probably should. You can kind of see how it's going to take me a while to get up to this area. It's also just knowing when to fight and when not to fight. So if I were, you know, fighting back there, it would be kind of pointless. I would just exhaust myself. And, you know, once you're exhausted, you do half the damage and you have to go and sit down somewhere before you can get back up. It's like even now I kind of don't want to fight here. I could probably fight here though. Yeah, dude, we're out here getting one taps at level 3 spear. Start with Bushcrafter, bruh. Start with Bushcrafter, you learn the fire hardened spear. Otherwise, you gotta level up your spear to learn it. That is the only way. Strawberry. I actually don't have strawberry seeds. I mean, this spear isn't a blacksmith weapon. You just need to be next to a campfire to do it, that's all. Oh man. Playing kind of sloppy today, bro. I didn't really clear out that house back there. Yeah, like, see, I just got exhausted. You don't want to push yourself further than you need to. I'm honestly just in kind of a weird spot right now, but I'm gonna stop fighting and just get away. I mean, it's not really just a spear thing. Any weapon you don't really want to use when you're exhausted. Yeah, the blacksmith spears aren't really worth doing when you can just do this one with no metal requirement. Wait, I kind of want to go up here. This is where I came from anyway. Yeah, I want to go this way. Why is the camera so small for the webcam? My webcam isn't small, bro. What are you trying to say? My webcam isn't small. It's not small. Yeah, I pushed too far up there, but I was also just, you know, trying to see what it would be like trying to get into that town. So, realistically, if I want to push into this place, so I have a house here that I can sleep at, right? But I would probably want to, you know, space out my bases and get this one kind of situated. So I'll probably try to kill a bunch of voids around here and, you know, maybe bring some nails down and patch up the windows and stuff so I can sleep here. So if I can sleep here, then I can, you know, cut, what is this, like 4 hours of running back and forth every time I want to clear stuff out. Just get a car. Win car, bro. Don't do the rant. We've already done it 2 times this stream. It's not a rant. It's a 5-step to success program. You got long johns, man. There's no recipe I can learn from this. Something else I should probably do this stream is plant the carrots, grow the carrots, and start trapping. Carrots, cabbage, get all that going. I tried growing watermelon again too. Yeah, most of the things aren't gonna last if I don't freeze it. Potatoes are like the one thing I can do. I mainly want to do trapping for the leather. I probably should have rested a bit before I started shooting, but here we are. Sup nerds, going on, Wolf? I have a trapper mag, but I can't craft any since I don't have trapping. Is there... I thought there was a magazine for the box trap, but I could be wrong. But you can learn this one from the TV show at least. But that's, you know, again, kind of up to you to get exposure survival. Get lucky and find a van with denim fabric rolls. Yeah, then you could have some denim clothes instead of these, you know, burlap ones. But I don't have any... Yeah, I don't have any burlap stuff on now because it's less insulating, but I'll probably need to change to some warmer weather clothes pretty soon. What's the population? I have 16 times the oids. My cameo in downsizing 20. What are you saying? I'm small or something? Is this a joke you're making? That's the movie where he like becomes smaller or whatever to save money or something, right? And they like take his dental fillings out. Bro, it's been forever since I've even seen that. Bro, I shot like 12 bullets and I'm dealing with all this. What do you mean you didn't pick 5,000 thread to make real clothes? Well, I'll have you know I have some sheep now that I can make cotton clothes that don't make my character uncomfortable. But yeah, it is kind of obnoxious. I really feel like the change to go from 100 to 400 units for that thing was just... They could have made the rag return on that dress or whatever that you made a profit on just less, but 400 is quite a lot for a cotton reel. Hello, I'm new to the stream. Why all the stats are so high? Because I've been alive for 7 months, almost 8, but I'm playing with default experience. Hi bro, where are all the sprinters? They actually got trapped in last stream from yesterday. They're trying to get out, but I won't let them. Yeah, spear, I cannot even imagine this at level 10, considering how it's performing at 4. Yeah, spear really doesn't seem like an early game weapon pick, though. Because, I mean, I can make them at full durability now, but if my carving weren't maxed, I guess it's kind of like bats in that regard, but... Also, you know, 10 maintenance is kind of putting in work, too. Like, I can use the most potato weapon ever, and it will last for a while. Full durability at carving 4. I'll be honest with you, I didn't even make these until I was carving 10, so I don't know. But, I think if you carve this, because you have to carve the regular spear first, and then you turn that spear into the fire-hardened one. I think the durability is probably just based on this one. The, you know, regular wooden spear that you make, which is a level 0 craft, so I think you can probably get these at pretty high durability, like, early on. Yeah, the saplings change definitely made this a lot easier to do. Yeah, I think the fire hardened spear, flint saw, stone scythe are, you know, probably the best weapons in the game. Primitive crafting is just winning. Yeah, I mean, I've done more than enough spear gaming in Build 41 to kind of understand the, you know. But yeah, you gotta carry around a whole bunch of them. If I could get a backpack that had a better encumbrance reduction, I could probably carry a lot more, but right now we're still working with the tarp frame pack. Wheezy. It's 65. This is basically just like a school bag. Yeah, it's 1965. It's actually worse than a school bag. It's the encumbrance reduction of the duffel bag, but the capacity of the school bag. So it's just worse. Yeah, spear quiver, maybe if you couldn't wear a backpack at the same time or something like that, maybe. I mean, a backpack already is just the spear quiver more than anything. Picking up a fur rug to make a bag. No, I would do it. I have medium leather too, but if there's like a large leather somewhere, I might grab it. I haven't seen cows anywhere. And large leather is like the only way I can do frame pack. But I don't think I know the large frame pack. Yeah, I need to be level 7 anyway to do it to begin with. But I'll probably get to 6. And this one, I don't know, it's probably like 80 encumbrance reduction, right? It's large leather only. Yeah, I mean, I haven't even done the leather one. I'll probably do the leather one at some point, because this one is just a backpack, and the backpack I can do with medium leather. And I can actually do this one already, so... Yeah, I can do this with sheep's leather. But either way, I think I need to make this one so I can research it, so I can learn the recipe and then do the level 6 one whenever I get there. It's kind of just how that crafting tree works. Are you guys down south? You are. I'm thirsty though, but I think my water bottle is here. How do I lose encumbrance? Equip hands. Put the water bottle up. There we go. Downfall of spears over exaggerated. Spears when 42 came out, they were horrible, but they're clearly not bad anymore. Yeah, I think they're probably still, you know, top contender for best weapon. They're not as, you know, insane as they were in build 41, but this is a lot of power for something made out of a stick. Breech loading shotgun. It would require like lathe work for that. Need a gun drill barrels. There are lathes in the game, but they just, you can't do anything with them. I mean, I'm not even that crazy of a spear level. I'm level 4. Respawn on. I'm not playing 16x respawns. If I play 16x respawns, I gotta build a giant wall around the whole map. And who would do that? Who would build a giant wall around the whole map and stop zombie respawns and 16x respawns? Who would do that? X respawns and 2 times as fast respawns and 2 times as many respawns and, you know, 16 times the zombies, and they spawn in Louisville and build a giant wall around the whole map to stop them from spawning in. What? Just noticed the camera? What do you mean? You trying to say my camera's small or something? Nah, maintenance is 10. I mean, maintenance is definitely helping the spears for sure. It's making them, you know, last as long as they are, but they'll also last even longer once they get to level 10 spear. Alright, maybe I've kind of cleared this area out. I think a lot of this riffraff kind of came from over here. Alright, is there a bunch of dead chickens inside of this? Just empty. Empty. Alright, well maybe... I think the presence of this check zone means that at one point there were animals here. Of course, you know, they've since starved, but I don't think there's a whole lot I could do about that. Oh, that means they can't spawn. Okay. Yeah, either way, like any spawned animals, I have to imagine are dead. Like I can only find meta event animals at this point. These places always have pretty good stuff in them. Mousetrap. Oh, we gotta dip out of here. I woke up super early today. Drowsy tag, much like exhaustion, don't want to play with that. Drowsy is go home. And where am I, bro? Okay, that way. Have I cleared out a lot of this place? I might bring a saw and some nails over here so I can board that place up and actually sleep at it. See my 8-calorie grapefruit. It's a low-carb grapefruit. Guy's a castle, but he wants to sleep in some random house. You didn't build that house. Right, I have to build another house down there. What if I build stairs to the roof and I just sleep under the stars? Does that work? I have to build an entire castle every time I want to sleep somewhere else. Mini castle with a moat. I've been suggested the moat digging mod several times. Fortunately though, this place, I just have a pre-done moat for me. Would it be cool if erosion made it so vines grew on your stuff too? You could have vines growing on the walls. Well, recipe that I used to grind blacksmithing, I did sheets, and then I made the sheets into cups. And then I went and smelted those back down into the chunks. It's like a 1-to-1. You make this metal cup. So that way you get multiple crafts out of each chunk before you use it. The sheet, which is level 4, only takes 1 charcoal. Then you do up with the sheet, which is level 3. You can use the gold too, but I mean, I just used the metal one. But yeah, this way you get multiple crafts out of the same one. Like some people were suggesting hunting knives and all that, which, you know, are level 5, but this uses, you know, 4 instances of charcoal to be able to do it. But the whole cycle of, you know, sheet, which is 1 charcoal, then you do the cup, which is just another charcoal, and then melting it all back down is another one. So for 3 charcoal, you get 2 crafts that give experience at level 5 and 4, or 5 and 3. And then the cup, you just melt down and you keep the same metal. Wherever it is, metal cup. One of the knives is 1 charcoal and loopable. Could be. I've just had a lot of success with that one because you get multiple crafts out of it, and they're decently high level. Yeah, these are all either multiple I think forged small knife is probably what you can reforge the kitchen blade, but you can't just do kitchen or okay, forge kitchen knife. Yeah, well, either way, these are, you know, multiple charcoal a piece to do it. But yeah, I think the sheets, that's the best way of doing it. Just be careful, because if you have a lot of cups, and you leave them outside, it'll rain and then they get full of water and you have to dump them out. It's really annoying. So I've had a few times where I've left the cups outside and I had to dump out like 40 cups of water. There's no quick way of doing that. Can I recommend a base spot in Riverside? Bro, if only you knew. But no, I haven't played in Riverside since it's been updated, to be for real with you. So homeless shelters you used to make on the highway. All right, bro. Can you make a sheet from iron, or is it steel only? I think it's steel only. But either way, like, once you have the steel, you can just keep doing it. Yeah, this is probably steel only wherever it is. Yeah, it's just steel. Isn't there a Coast Guard base in Riverside? An army thing? I don't know. There's definitely an army thing in Brandenburg. Maybe you're thinking of that. But I've also, you know, like I said, not lived in Riverside since they changed it. So no comments on my part. Yeah, another not horrible craft for blacksmithing to spam is buckles, but you can't get the metal back from it. It's kind of like the bandana craft to tailoring equivalent for blacksmithing, where you just, if you can supply yourself a bunch of metal, then the buckle is quicker. But if you're just trying to loop with charcoal, the cups and sheets are better. Coast Guard building between the police and fire station with unbreakable fences. Nice, nice. Yeah, the fences that have concrete at the bottom, like the Muldraugh police station has that too. Pretty useful. How am I still full? All right. Fresh cooked. Fresh cooked. Still losing weight. Wait, can I? Oh, I can research the doorknob. Why do I have left thigh bandage for so long? Because I'm waiting for it to heal. Curious how many years the Louisville, Brandenburg, and Irvington rebuild will take. Louisville will definitely take a considerable amount of time. They've already changed up, you know, some of the buildings and like some of the rooftops and all that. But there's a lot of because it seems like they're trying to avoid the whole copy paste stuff, and there's a lot of that in Louisville. What character will I start with for a beginner player, and why? I heard unemployed is okay. Just any, so construction worker, carpenter, lumberjack are all occupations that don't cost a lot, and they have maintenance plus weapon skill. But if you're new, I would probably play carpenter, because then you have, you know, like I said, the short blunt. There's a lot of short blunt stuff that you can just pick up. You can even just pick up tree branches and use those. You have carving bonus, which, you know, you can directly use to get more weapons later on. You can learn to do carving so you can carve bats. And you also get a pretty sizable bonus to, you know, just constructing things, doing building. You already know how to do stairs from day one if you play carpenter. I think carpenter is probably, you know, if you're a new player, if you're an old player, it's just a good pick overall. What I think is very overrated for new players is burglar. There are no shortage of guides out there and stuff that, you know, describe burglar as a amazing, awesome. It's the best perk ever because you can run out in hotwire cars. But I am, I guess, Zomboid's #1 car hater, so maybe I'm a bit biased. But it's a very expensive perk for what it does. Oh, bro, yeah, I'm using a hacksaw to carve these. Insane. Virgil, stay being just completely unhinged, please. Just start with 9 strength and fitness, and win. Yeah, I think even if you just start with lower strength, but if you're new, I would definitely recommend playing with high fitness, and then at least 5 strength. You know, because a new player is not really going to immediately understand the whole strength grinding or even really want to do that. Yeah, I wouldn't. You know, have if I'm trying to introduce someone to Zomboid and I'm like, okay, first off, we need to start with high fitness, and then you do push-ups in front of a TV and drink beer the whole time. Yeah, that's not going to be my intro to Zomboid for someone. But that is how I play sometimes, because it's just better. But if you're new, I would probably try to do an athletic character with 5 strength, or even stronger. Yeah, but carpenter, you can play carpenter and start off with 5 strength and 5 fitness or whatever, and you don't even really need to take any negatives. But like easy negatives for new players, pacifist just lowers your weapon XP so long as you have a weapon bonus. It's not really that bad. Conspicuous, having more zombies actually know where you are isn't the worst thing ever. Slow healer is literally 3 free points pretty much. Weak stomach, free points. Don't eat rotten food. But yeah, those are, you know, if you're very new, probably easy traits to play with. You don't have any absurd negatives. I'd probably avoid illiterate. That is just a me thing. Yeah, I wouldn't really do any strength or fitness grinding until you're like minimum 100-hour player. Oh yes, you can do slow reader instead of illiterate. Slow reader I should have mentioned, but yeah, as a, you know, non-book reader, doesn't really come up for me. Yeah, it's DayZ Sims. It's a lot more PvE than DayZ. DayZ's not like huge on the zombies. It's a lot more PvP focused. I'm sure there are some PvE DayZ servers, but they definitely are a minority. Yeah, I might go around this road and see how it connects down here. I just haven't been over here yet. Oh, does sitting in a chair actually make you read faster? I know the reading glasses do, but I didn't know that the sitting in a chair did. Yeah, I haven't been down this road. What do I think about Cowardly? Cowardly is pretty easy to deal with. If you're... I wouldn't take Cowardly if you're a new player, because the way of negating Cowardly is living for 4 months. And if you're new, you're probably not going to live for 4 months. Sitting in general does now. Good to know. Sit on the floor, put your reading glasses on. I mean, the fastest way to finish reading all the books is if you just can't read them all to begin with. Yeah, but Cowardly's not bad. I could have done Cowardly character and it would have been okay. If you remember my Brandenburg run in like November of last year, I played with Cowardly on that character and it's not bad. Yeah, the reading glasses and chair stuff, that is new to the game though. It hasn't always been like that. Yeah, I have a mod that disables the heartbeat sound. I don't like listening to it, but I mean, I still have, you know, you can see the panic boodle pop up from time to time. I don't need to just constantly hear 200 beat per minute heartbeat to know that I have one singular moodle. Yeah, Reluctant Fighter plus Fast Learner is a solid combo. You basically just cancel out all the loss from XP. What are your thoughts on DIY guy compared to Carpenter for innate inventive? I haven't... I mean, I honestly haven't played DIY in a while, but that's back when, you know, Build 41 DIY was more expensive than Carpenter. Carpenter was really cheap back then. I haven't done a solid playthrough with DIY, but it's probably not a bad pick. I think it costs the same as Carpenter now. Instead of an invisible stat, what if surviving for 4 months gave you brave? I think there could be some more you know, visible perk changes to your character other than just the strength and fit and overweight, underweight. But yeah, the panic, whatever it's called, you know, the panic loss isn't ever really displayed. I mean, you can check the description. I don't really play with a ton of mods, but the mods I do play with are personally, you know, the minimum of what I would expect on like different servers and such. But proximity inventory, RuneScape experience bar are pretty nice. They don't really alter the game in any way. But yeah, I don't play with anything that adds items or gameplay elements or anything like that. It's just stats. I admittedly have taken some time putting the mods on the server. I'll get to that eventually. Before, my excuse was it was an unstable thing, but now I don't really have as much of an excuse to not have the mods on. I'll try to get to that today. No, for real, I do get blinded whenever I join the server and I see just how large the vanilla stat sheet is with its scroll wheel of stats. Like, this is kind of an underrated mod in terms of my ability to just have everything open and it doesn't, you know, just cover up the entire screen. Like, I can actually have multiple things open and it just kind of sits in the bottom left. New and players should add mods for the first time. I mean, if you're gonna play with anything, I would just go with RuneScape Experience Bar. Like you can look in the description of the stream and it's there. But RuneScape Experience Bar and proximity inventory make things a little easier. But yeah, I wouldn't go out of my way and, you know, my first playthrough download like 50 mods, you know, 50 gun mods and just giant comically large spoon that one-shots stuff or whatever. Like that stuff can be fun, but I think, you know, your first couple playthroughs, you should probably see what the base game's like. Yeah, download the tank mod for your first playthrough. There really must not be a lot of them out here because I've been shooting my revolver quite a bit. I don't think I've been there. I have not. Oh, aiming is gonna be slow just because I'm illiterate, no bonus guy, but build 41 and you could get, you know, shotgun multi-kills and it sped it up a lot. Can't do that no more. Versus build 42 aiming books. I think build 42 aiming books has to be better because you can get a multiplier on your 5 to 10 skill level. Like aiming 5 and reloading 5 are easy peasy. The real trouble is going from beyond that. And so I've always played illiterate. I don't actually know the multiplier for the aiming books for those higher levels, but I have to imagine it actually makes it pretty doable. So I can understand books for that one. I don't really think I'm on board with the maintenance books though. Those ones I don't really feel like you needed a bonus to. You know, I just noticed how dramatic these guys look when they're getting hit. It's not like that for the other weapons, is it? Sitting helps, yes, you regen stamina when you sit on the floor. I just spin around so that way I can see behind me. Yeah, like, so I have exertion right now. This means I have half the damage. I run away and spin around in circles. No one's sneaking up on me and regaining stamina. Think the spear is the worst weapon? You'd be wrong. But you're entitled to your opinion. Dedicated keybind for sitting. There's actually just a keybind for sitting now in the vanilla game. I just am so used to right clicking and doing it. Wherever I do have it bound. Sit on ground. Yeah. So you can do this now. I just am, you know, several thousand hours into right clicking to sit. I'm just used to it. Maybe I'll sit down and unlearn that at some point, but yeah, that happened very recently. How needed is level 1 nimble? It is very needed. If you're playing Shamblers and you don't have a bonus in nimble, you're making a mistake when you're making your character. Also, the biggest difference along your nimble leveling journey, the biggest difference is going from level 0 to 1. Because at level 0, you have 100% move speed, and level 1, you get 110. And then from then on, it's like 4% increases each time, each level. And then not having nimble bonus is kind of like having no bonus in any other skill. So getting to level 1 takes a long time with no bonus. And you're definitely better off once you've hit level 1, but then you have to, you know, continue playing the rest of the game with no bonus. Where the skills take longer and longer to get. Zero XP on sneaking. I've unfortunately got a little bit of sneak. I have 5.2 experience, so yeah, sneaking has never really been a great mechanic in Zomboid. It's okay super early on if you know, you're playing 16x or some high population game. And you get exerted or something like that, you can run into the woods and sneak and lose them, but that's about the only instance I think I've ever used sneak. What animal is easy to keep for a beginner? Rabbits. Rabbits grow up, mature quick. They eat grass off the floor. They also drink from puddles. You just throw some down in a zone near some water and they won't die. Chickens are also very easy. The chickens require to clean the coop. I don't even think rabbits produce dung. They just exist. Meta Predator is just a setting on extinction, but it's not on by default. I've never played with Meta Predator. Yeah, but I think with Meta Predator, you're even more pushed to just fish for calories. It's just like another nerf to animals, essentially. Oh man, she just has all the ammo and a watch. You can, I'm not playing with respawns. If you're interested in watching me play 16x respawns, I've played with 16x respawns and 2 times as fast respawns and 2 times as many respawns where I built a giant wall around Louisville to stop them from spawning again. That's the only way to stop them from respawning in respawn game mode, is building a giant wall around the entire area you intend on stopping. Which I've done. Well, actually, maybe I haven't done. But, you know, you can look on my channel and check out a video of me doing exactly that. But this run, I'm playing with no respawns. So, you know, in theory, I could play on this save for hundreds of hours, thousands of hours, kill 2 million Zomboids or something, and there would be none left. But it would take a very long time. I've got some noodles right now, and I'm hungry, so I have like weighed down noodle when I really shouldn't. Hey, what's good, Senzata? Got a gold watch. Well, maybe it's just a bracelet or something. No more ammo. Hey, bro, I shot all my ammo and I'm still way down. Use this gun? Yeah, my definitely crafted gun. But, I mean, there would be no other way for me to do it. Bro, I think this look on the floor thing is still a problem. Crafted guns would be funny. Yeah, and they would just have to have the lathes actually work. And honestly, a lot of the crafted guns that you can make would just be like really shitty, like bolt action pistols and stuff like that at most. I guess like a simple blowback like SMG kind of, you know, gun it's not horrible to make. Just a bolt and a spring and having the bolt get released. And I get that I'm oversimplifying things, but making a barrel and having it be accurate are probably pretty difficult, especially rifling. Shinzo Abe gun? Yeah, I mean, that's more or less what crafted guns would kind of look like. Rifling would be even a mistake to go for. Yeah, that'd be like a... I think rifling would be a... From a crafted gun standpoint, a level 10 kind of thing. Blowback, bolt action... Okay, those were separate things. I meant, so... I said bolt action pistol, and then I was talking about like a blowback SMG afterwards. But I think like your first crafts would just be little pin fire things where it's just, you know, a spring being launched forward to hit a primer, and that's it. Yeah, but doing rifling's a complex thing to do, especially from a primitive standpoint. Yeah, you'd have to have some smooth bore, pistol caliber, blowback SMG as like your end game thing to make. I don't think that you could reasonably do like a rifle caliber, like rifle caliber semi-autos require gas operation to really do. You can look at some like turn of the century early semi-autos, such as like the oh my god, what's it? It's in Battlefield 1. The SL Sweeper or whatever. Like that gun shoots a, you know, essentially carbine caliber round, but it's a blowback operation, so the bolt is just like ginormous. I think it weighs like 5 pounds or something absurd. Weird seeing me with electricity earlier. What, in the sprinters run? Or yeah. I was Jesus walking on water. You can kind of jam yourself into the corners of these things and look like you're Jesusing. I've technically got electricity on in this run, but I'm still just living in the woods. It's mainly just because I wanted to see what the lights look like when I'm in the towns. Okay, gun guy. Right, I know my things. Fresh cooked. Eat it all. What would be best and would be good for PvP? Botas require like quite a bit of mastery to, you know, do though, is the thing. Crossbow though is the real, I guess, you know, you can pick it up and armor peasants with weapon. You don't gotta be crazy good to use a crossbow. Do I own any guns? Allegedly, but no. One that I'll admit to on the internet. Blunderbuss until you unlock rifleboard muskets. It's just all like the rifling, you're gonna have to do gun drilling, which is a complex machining operation. Like, I don't have experience making guns in real life, but I do have experience making the hydraulic cylinders, and there's operations there where you have to basically drill a hole through a cylinder that goes, you know, 80 inches or something like that, and that more or less is, you know, what you're doing for a rifle barrel. It's not an easy thing to do with primitive technology. Yeah, I mean, there's lathes and, you know, drill press and stuff like that. We were looking at them earlier in the town. They just don't have a function currently. Only complex machine that actually works in the game right now is the bandsaw, and you can just cut metal with it. That's it. Can't like really make anything with it. Not that you can make anything with a bandsaw in real life besides cutting things, but I should probably drink water. Drink water. And I'm gonna drink water in real life. Forged a car yet? I have not. Honestly, in all my time forging, I've never even found a tire or any, like, car part. No brakes, no tires. You would think tires would be found on the roads a little bit more common, but they're not. Isn't there a functional drill press? Not from what I know. I think the bandsaw is the only thing that's functional. But I can go in the town and check today. I think it's just bandsaw, and you can saw chunks up, saw blocks up, saw ingots up. Now the bandsaw it's sort of useful. It's like a hacksaw that never loses durability. But you can't pick the bandsaw up or move it anywhere. It's just stationary wherever you find it in the world. Bro, you can't move if you do this? Wow. I'm holding like down and to the left and going nowhere. Use pipe bombs, cars, and fire would take forever to kill that many zombies. Yeah, it's I mean, there's a couple guys that have done the 1,000 or 1,000,000 whatever kill thing. The Shivas and TwisTonFire. But I think TwisTonFire didn't he like dropped out or something. I don't know. There's just drama around it. Use a controversial mod. I think he had the mod that I saw him using one time was I mean, and I'll say this before I say anything, that like I you know, respect the guy, and you know, he's a great player and all that. He used like a foraging mod where you could forage and run around at the same time or whatever. That's like something you can't really do in vanilla. But that might have been the one, or there might have been other ones, but you can tap run and stay. Oh, what do you mean? Just like, yeah, you can stay doing it or whatever, but he was just like full running or whatever the whole time, and like had the foraging never go off. Yeah, I don't. So that's like the one that, you know, that's a very non-vanilla thing to do. But outside of that, he's pretty faithful to, like, you know. I mean, hell, he doesn't even do like the attack cancel or whatever that I do. I'm not claiming to, you know, be a rat race runner or anything like that. I just, you know, I just play 16x. That's it. But he definitely had some, you know, not full vanilla mods at some point. Now, I'm okay with, like, I mean, it's entirely up to them to decide what they do or don't want. But, like, you know, RuneScape experience bar, this does nothing. All this does is makes it so that if you're grinding experience, you don't have to, like, keep looking at how much, like, oh man, I wonder how much short blunt experience I got. Now I'm going to do 37.61 and do that math in my head and hit them and then figure out, you know, it's just, you know, this I'm totally fine with in like any kind of, you know, I go on someone's stream and they have RuneScape experience at a bar. I just think, oh, hell yeah, they're a gamer. They, you know, they're cool. Procs inventory also totally fine. That just speeds up, especially in rat race when you're standing on 1,000 corpses and you kill one guy and you want to find the machete on him and you don't want to sit there paused with this and scroll through all of them. That just sucks. But yeah, some mods I think are totally or like okay, or, you know, honestly should be in vanilla. You know, a PZ streamer named Lupa? I do not. I'm just gonna run through all this because I just want to look at the bandsaw. Alright, so clearly I still need to kill some stuff in Fallas Lake. A bunch of cars here. Key too. Key right there. Don't I play with Become Desensitized ever? Not exactly the most balanced mod. Plus, like Like, become brave, become desensitized. If you just survive any amount of time, it minimizes the chance of, like, you can take cowardly or any of those, like, claustrophobic things. It's free points, you know? Just not balanced, in my opinion. But I just try to play with as few mods as possible, more than anything. But yeah, if I just had claustrophobic, so essentially, if you become brave or any of that, is you just take claustrophobic and cowardly and all the panic perks, so that you can just get rid of them. Yeah, I forgot I took the helicopter here, so this place is going to be kind of messy. Easy streamer I know names is Beaver and Milktoast Claire. They're probably the only ones that do dual stream. Like Shiva, I guess Shiva's does YouTube, but TwisTonFire does not do YouTube. But Beaver definitely has like way more of a he's like a streamer, but he does, you know, a lot more YouTube videos. So he's kind of like you know, some of the other more popular guys out there on YouTube, at least. I feel like it's a nice treat for 20k kills. You already put in the work. Yeah, I mean, I get, you know, and you can play with whatever mods you want. I just don't think it's, you know, a balanced mod. You know, you can play with, you know, there's all sorts of more traits mods out there that, you know, allow you to do damage when you push, or have increased strength and fitness gains or something like that. But yeah, I just don't think they're balanced in a vanilla context. Bro has the no underwear mod. He said he doesn't change gameplay. Okay, well, I'm wearing underwear right now, thank you. It's dirty underwear. Is there any activity you are certain you won't be doing in this run? Probably mechanics. I mean, I'm illiterate, so I'm not going to be grinding that. Dirty underwear IRL? No. Okay, look, just because I'm getting flamed right now for this. There you go. Well, now it's wet underwear. That's not better. Okay. Well, let's just close that menu and wait for it to dry off. I feel like the most add traits mods made character creation like 41. Probably the poop mod. No. Yeah, the added traits, like most of the, you know, additional traits aren't, you know, they can be fun. They're just not really balanced from a vanilla standpoint. Especially for a run, you know, like what I'm doing right now, there's the more trait mod where you can be student driver / like, you know, drunk, or, you know, I don't drink alcohol kind of things. Like, how often have you seen me drink alcohol in this run? It's not really ever. How often have you seen me, you know, drive a car? Whereas in a vanilla standpoint, if I don't drive a car, I only get 1 free point, but, you know, there's more traits I can get, you know, 8 or 10 just by not driving. Not to mention, you know, all the other, there's like faster endurance traits, endurance regen, or yeah, I'm kind of cornering myself here. There's a lot more guys around. Yeah, reduced timed action trait, especially in build 42 with all the crafting. Damn, that thing did not last. There was motion sickness in 42.12, but it's, you know, kind of like the car trait I was mentioning about for the more traits thing. If you're, you know, a non-brain damaged player such as myself, then it's not the best perk. You just can't drive. For me, you know, I just don't drive, so it'd be free points. Muscle strain annoying with max stats. You won't even notice it. The only reason I have muscle strain right now is because I did squats, and when you have exercise fatigue from exercising, it like halts the so I'm gonna have arm strain here from the weapons, and it's not gonna go down until my leg strain goes away. Basically. That's kind of why I'm running away right now and doing nothing. If I continue fighting, I'll just have red strain everywhere. And I'm already at the point where it's affecting my damage. Yeah, surgical mask works for corpse sickness. What I have on also works, but I have the mask on, and then I have resilient, so I have as much protection as I can get without causing discomfort to my character or using, you know, some gas mask filter. I would still recommend, though, if you're playing with default corpse sickness, having improvised gas mask. It does cause some vision impairment, though. Oh, we're back to doing our stabbing thing now. Such a weird bug. The filter with the improvised gas mask is just a rag. But you can make filters for the other one. It just takes kind of hard to find things. You need sponges, which you can't craft sponges, you have to find them. Yeah, I wouldn't really be taking prone to illness in any high population game mode anymore. You can probably get away with not taking resilient and just taking like no prone to illness. But you get corpse sickness so fast with prone to illness if you're playing 16x. Oh, what do I think about dynamic traits? I definitely think there could be some more, you know, mastery traits or something like that. You know, like you get to 10, you get Axeman or something like that. Which is more profitable, YouTube or Twitch for me? I'm more popular on YouTube, I'll just say that. But yeah, that more or less answers the question. Oh wait, that one is already there. I remember there being a mod, Glade Trait, maybe you can learn Axeman Burglar through journals. Yeah, I mean there's all sorts of, you know, things like that. There's even like the More Traits mod has a Gordonite thing or whatever for a long blunt. Makes your crowbars do more damage or swing faster or something like that. I haven't played with More Traits in forever, but I do remember there being some, you know, things like that. Yeah, losing negative traits is a bit unbalanced in my opinion. Like vanilla, the only ones you can lose are the weight or fitness ones, you know. But here's the bandsaw. This took me forever to get over here. Metal sheet, saw blade, getting cut in half, cut tires up. But yeah, all these other machines, like the, you know, what is this, a mill, and this is some press or something, vice grip, lathe, drill press, you can't do anything with. Doing the surviving on the wild challenge, really troubling to get maintenance XP without about 24 of the 75 things needed for level 1. It's day 6, and find anything besides stakes and spears. Yeah, stakes and spears, that's if you're doing wilderness without wilderness knowledge, the maintenance getting to level 1 is pretty bad. But yeah, you can just do the stakes and spears. Spears do have a bit more durability. But it's it's a grind, man. Yeah, I mean, if you want to use loot from houses, you can also just hit those against a tree or whatever. But like, if you're doing it pure wilderness, you know, spears and stakes are the only thing that you can grind maintenance with. You can also do trash forge and find weapons that way. You know, that's a little less reliant on loot. You know, you can actually find things. You can find hammers. You can find. I found a masonry chisel when I was doing that guide, but so long as it doesn't have a tag that says doesn't give maintenance experience, you can hit it against the tree and get maintenance experience. Martial artist was broken. Yeah, and the more traits, you could do martial artist and bouncer, and it would just hit Zeds the entire time you were pushing, so you could kill them before they even hit the floor. There's some like broken trait combinations in that mod. Try to get all these leather jackets on the floor because they're actually pretty good for tailoring experience. What was the trait that made you gain stamina while attacking? I don't know about that. There was, I think Hardy made your endurance twice as fast regen or something. But like I said, I played with that mod in like build 41 when I had, you know, below like 200 hours or something like that. So it's been a while. This is not a great spot for me to be fighting. Yeah, getting stamina back on kill would be just pretty busted. The thing I like most about Zomboid, probably the building. I just like games that you can build stuff in general. I like making a base. Making a base from nothing. Okay, you've just been stuck in that house since you were born. Yeah, something I need to do in this one is I need to actually furnish the castle. That's something I could do today. You know, not being in a warehouse was kind of a huge change. You can still find them. They're just not, you know, there's not crates and crates of them. This is something I was like talking about her on Red Naro's Discord, but somebody there was like asking where can I find 10,000 nails or something ridiculous. But I think the reason nails were knocked down in terms of their spawn chance is because if you take one box of nails, 100 nails, that's can be smelted down till it's 10 chunks of metal. So you can get a lot of metal from nails if they're left, you know, where they are currently. Clean bandage. I'm waiting for it to heal. And getting into Vintage Story building with chiseling is pretty insane. Yeah, I like the building in Vintage Story, but admittedly, I haven't really gotten into the that crazy into chiseling. I know some people you really spend a lot of time with it though. But I'm a bit more of just a Minecrafty kind of builder where I just you know, put the blocks in a pretty way. I stream the game too, and mine looks way worse. Your stream looks amazing. I play with so bitrate is just a huge thing, and I think also if you are partnered on YouTube or Twitch or whatever, they have a better encoder for you. But I have like 20k bitrate and a you know, decent connection, which helps. Yeah, but if you're curious about like OBS settings or anything like that, you can just message me on Discord. I'll like screenshot stuff for you. I do have a pretty strong computer though, so your performance may vary. All challenges except for the fact that I couldn't find the big stone that serves as a surface. Oh yeah, so that's another thing. They changed a lot of these biomes. There's not rocks anymore. That, you know, the 42.19, the area that I'm based at now had plenty of crafting rocks. Like I just ran over here and I had a rock to craft on. But if you don't have that, you're kind of forced to make the stool. This is like all you can really do for it. And you have to be carpentry level 1. There's of course other things that you can do, such as like the chopping block, but you again have to be carpenter 1 and you have to have a saw. I don't think there's any crafting surface you can do at 0. Well, I guess the bench, the log bench. Yeah, you can do this, but then this is going to require you to have the axe. Yeah, shit. You kind of need to find a rock. Yeah, this isn't carpentry 1, but you need the axe, and to make the axe, you need a crafting surface. I don't know. I feel like the no rocks thing is a bug. It's like not intentional or something. They got rid of a lot of them. That entire biome I'm playing in, the birch forest, just doesn't have a single one. I think primary forest you can find them, but that might be it. Yeah, log bench is the only thing you can do. So you would have to, what you would have to do in pure wilderness if you didn't have a rock is grind. This is so ass. Hold on. I don't even know how you would get carpentry experience and to get to level 1 with no skills. I guess you can make bookshelves. Until, yeah, you can do bookshelves. But you would need rags or twine, and twine you can't make without a table. Bro, the rock missing, this sucks so much. Hold on. Wasn't there a second stool option? It's like the log one, but this takes a saw, which again, you need a crafting surface to do. It's so whack that this one is level 1 and is simpler to make, and this one is level 0, but is harder from a crafting thing. Like, that's just backwards. Yeah, honestly, with how the new rocks are spawning in, I think if you don't have rocks to craft on, it's not totally against the challenge to grab, you know, either this from debug mode or, you know, bring a piece of furniture from a town or something. Because you can just steal a table from somewhere and it works. Like, yeah, you can just, like, pick up... I think you can pick up this box and use it. Okay, this isn't the crafting surface. I think that the bigger cardboard box is, though. Yeah, so this, or, you know, any table like that, you can use as a crafting thing, but, you know, you would have to go into town and grab it. There are big rocks across the river on the wilderness server. That's a good question. Hold on. Let's just, I'm good to log out here for a bit. There's a tiny picture of Jared Fogel in the lower left. Bro, I do not look like Jared. What are you saying? Do not compare me to that guy. Would I ever stream any other games? I have streamed other games, but Zomboid is just the, you know, popular thing and the thing I'm having fun with right now. Weren't you building the Louisville wall with no cart bonus? Yeah, I did it, no bonus. No, I had handy, so I had tier 1. But this was also build 41. Can I what your character wearing? I'm kind of lost. IDK what to wear. Are you doing a wilderness run? Is that what you're asking? My character on the server has sheepskin stuff. Holy moly, it is dark. Bro, why do I just join in on a full moon night time? This is a real... It's just fully blacked out moon at 3 a.m. That's my join in. Jonah Hill hated on McLovin. Jonah Hill is going through like some identity crisis where he was like an ex-fat guy and he just like hates, you know, fat people now or something. Like, I can sort of understand why he feels like that way, but like, I used to be like super skinny and I honestly don't feel any different. So, I think he just is compensating. Can't see shit. Trust me, I can't either. So, like I said, this is, so you can tell the moon cycle from the foraging menu, and it is a fully dark moon at 3 a.m. Just the best time for me to join in and start going around looking for rocks, I guess. Jonah Hills and stuff. I saw like a post recently about him, like he's like, my body is so different now that I do Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Or like, I don't know, it's something to that effect. And it's like, oh my god, dude, grow up. You're like 40. I don't know. Like, he did jiu-jitsu 3 times these days. Exactly. It's just like jiu-jitsu white belt guys thinking that they can just take on the world now that they went to the, you know. Yeah, I mean, he definitely kind of got roles for, you know, being the fat guy punching bag kind of thing. So, and I mean, admittedly, I've never been, you know, some A-list actor that, you know, was put on stage to that effect. So, but he definitely could, you know, use a little bit of humility. I know Kung Fu pretty much. Do I have cat's eyes? I do. It's just like I said, this is the worst possible night for me to be outside on. So I more or less just have to wait for the sun to come up. This is with bright nights too, by the way. Or it should be at least. Yeah, bright nights. Wonder if I can make night duration shorter. Average size face cam, thank you. It's actually above average size face cam. He's not in gym rolling with other white belts. He's rolling with some guy that's paying. Yeah, that's kind of like the. I know. I guess BJJ isn't as bad at this, but like Taekwondo black belt or whatever can be like just very meaningless. But I have a couple of like IRL people I know that are really into BJJ, and it's you know, your belt is dependent on the gym you go to. Like you can be a white belt and go to a different gym and then just like roll with purple belts that are free. But I personally am kind of in the same boat as Jonah Hill, where I've went to like 3 classes, so I don't really know a whole lot about it. But I also am not claiming to be a master or anything, so like he is. Yeah, I mean, like I lift weights and all that, but for real, if you knew how to fight, you could just like, you know, one tap me. It would not be hard. I'm not gonna claim to be some badass. Where's the bright nights though? Is it nature? No, not bright. I know bright night, but night duration or whatever. Maybe world. Nah, go on stage. Tell everyone you. What stage am I going on? Right, I just said you could kick my ass if you actually can kick my ass. Like, it would be hard. I don't know how to fight. Meta. Oh wait, day-night cycle. Oh, I thought you could change the day-night duration though, but maybe I'm just misremembering. Oh well, the sun is coming up here eventually. I can just give myself a flashlight too, because I'm a cheater. That way you guys can actually see anything. I ever tried PvP and PZ just like really casually, but I don't really think it's for me. I've played PvP in other games like quite a bit, but I just don't think it really works out in PZ that well. Yeah, I think they just got rid of all the rocks, man. Oh, somebody's chasing after me. Just play PV. I didn't have a gun, bitch. That's what I thought, dude. Bro, I know gun fu, bro. I'm a brown belt in gun. Or if I shoot him, is he just gonna get one tapped? I don't know. Yeah, how I got around the no crafting thing was there's just crates. Where's the rocks? Do you know any rocks? I think we just used the crates the whole time.
No, I haven't seen any rocks, dude.
Damn. I saw them when we were in the Prim Forest by Rosewood military base, but that's about it. Yeah, sorry for the disruption, but I think they just don't exist anymore. Maybe if you go all the way out into the randomly generated things. Like quite a ways out though is the thing. Probably just making the server very laggy for everyone by loading all this stuff. Okay, yeah, so this is what you do. You just run all the way into and you find this rock. Yeah, make sure you mark this on your map. I mean, they're there, but it's like oh my god. Like this area definitely had rocks at some point. Is there one here? No. Yeah, bring back the big rocks. What the heck, Indie Stone? How are you gonna make a... So I make a guide video for doing wilderness stuff. And I like never make any guide stuff. And then it's immediately invalidated by them just getting rid of the rocks. Alright, let's quit making the server laggy for everyone else. I'll quit cheating. That's why you can't find big rocks. They got rid of a lot of them. So here, go back to way back in time to our good old build 41, or not build 41, just build 42.19 before all this. So if we look at this is where that guide video was. This is me playing 42.19. Or no, that's stable. Yeah, stable loading. So I spawn in Fallas Lake, right? And this is essentially the exact same run that I'm doing right now, but on old Fallas Lake. So we're running over, we're doing foraging, whatever, blah, blah, blah. When do I hit the water? But like the area that my castle's at now it's birch forest, and there's 0 rocks over here to craft on. Whereas, okay, so this is near the water. Just go to where I have rocks just to prove they exist over here. So right at the corner of that. But yeah, there's crafting rocks in this area, and they did not exist. And this is, I imagine, still birch forest, because there's birch trees right there. The leaves are there. Yeah, this has to be birch forest. It's got leaves on the ground, and there's birch trees. But, you know, very clearly able to do crafting here with this rock that is just completely absent from that biome now. No, even the stumps that you get from cutting trees down, you can't use those for crafting surfaces. Yeah, I would just steal a table from a house or something. The cardboard box is also very easy to pick up. It only weighs 2, and you can use it as a crafting surface. That's what we were looking at before I, went to the MP server to look around. Yeah, the large cardboard box, this one, on the character picture right there. I haven't played sprinters, but I know 28 minutes is hella easy. What kind of population should I do for a bit of a tougher challenge? I would just, if you're very new to sprinters, do Apocalypse. Yesterday, I tried essentially extinction settings, or the extinction population, but in Apocalypse with sprinters as like 100% sprinters. It wasn't horrible. But that's where the VOD from yesterday, I have it timestamped where that run kind of starts. All right, but I need a quick break here, guys, before we resume our voids. All right, got a little bit of that AC blowing on me. Got my clothes in the dryer. Where am I even at? Tell me all these bathtubs are full of water. These toilets probably full of water too. Yeah. Not a lot though. Bro, was he in the toilet? I just saw him standing up out of that. Okay. Washing clothes, but I never wear any. Okay, well, not when I'm just sitting in my 88-degree apartment. It's actually 89 degrees right now. Bro, I've got frickin' jeans on right now because all my gym shorts are dirty. $89 degrees in my house, yes. Yeah, it's kind of hot because to have the AC on in this room, I have to have the AC blow directly into the microphone. So it's either me talking or me not talking and having the temperature in here be okay. But I'm just kind of okay with it. What's up, Gene? Those fans without the blades, does it not make any sound? Nah, I'm used to living impoverishedly. Being illiterate in real life. Alright, low key, I think the rope belt might be better for me because I only really ever at most have one thing equipped. I don't ever really want to have two things. And that means my gun on my hotbar can stay on 3 instead of further down. What mods do I have? You can check the description. They're all there. There's not a lot of them. None of them really alter the game at all. Just stats. Had the ET broken for 1 weekend and could barely survive at 78. I don't know, I've just had it like this for the better part of 4 years now, and I'm just used to it, bro. I do got some ice water though. I was talking about playing Battlefield yesterday or whatever when, no joke, like I opened the windows to my apartment and it was cooling it down because it was like 80 degrees outside, but it was 89 in my apartment like today. The sweatiest gaming session that I've ever had. Yeah, I'm not even in the south of the United States. I just am in Ohio, where we get cold weather and hot weather, apparently. It doesn't ever get super negative here, but it does get pretty cold. No way you're 81? Yeah, bro, I am. What, are you trying to say I'm older? Hi, bro, how old are you? What are you wearing? What is your address? Oh, yes, let me give you that information right now, sir. What's my SSN? First number 4, then 8, then like probably another number after that. Then there's, you know, 6 and then 7. There's more numbers. The rest of them I don't know. Hi, bro. Please type your debit card number so I can make sure it isn't the same as mine. 67. Okay, well, I was just giving you my SSN. That's different. Yeah, you're kind of not cool if you don't have 67 in your SSN. Hi, bro, please. Okay, we got that one. You should move to Kentucky. Bro, I already live in, you know, basically Kentucky. It would just be Ohio, but with mountains. Okay, I'm not even gonna read that message. Just a kid from what is this, like LeBron James kind of posting or something? Kentucky has Appalachian Mountains, bro. What? You trolling? Not in PZ, it doesn't. PZ is just flat. Everything is flat. We live in Kansas and PZ. Which city will I go next after Fallas Lake? I'm gonna go to Riverside and I'm gonna burn the whole place down. Like it deserves to be. And nuke Riverside off the face of the earth. March Ridge the poorest part of Appalachia, America? That was Gary, Indiana, or something like that. I mean, March Ridge is probably the shittiest town as of right now, but Fallas Lake admittedly does have a lot of trash and, you know, derelict buildings. So, maybe here. Was my B for Riverside? So, Riverside, prior to its facelift, had a grand total of 0 reasons to go to it. It was called Riverside, and, you know, it was no different than West Point in terms of access to water. And the POIs at Riverside weren't great. You know, it had a fishing store and the world's tiniest police station ever. So I thought it was the shittiest town. That might be different now. Detroit. I mean, for as bad of a rap Detroit has, it's still like a pretty big city. I would not want to live there though. Yeah, Riverside PD used to be pathetic. They have like one filing cabinet that goes over the stinkiest man alive and how he never showers. And his name was Billy and Milk. He was so stinky that he banned. He's banned now. Yeah, I mean, the Riverside's been completely changed, you know, so, you know, my hatred for it may be a bit unwarranted now, but I'm not going to change my ways. I mean, now the worst towns are honestly some of the newer towns, like Rannenberg still has quite a bit of copy-pasty kind of houses in it. Hello, I watching you almost 30 minutes, Iowa. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you. Why are you in the car? I don't understand what you're doing right now. Where are you at in the... I mean, I was in a multiplayer thing and I came back. I'm clearing the oids out of the town. So there was a helicopter and it stirred them up. And I'm taking the watches off them. I'm taking the leather jackets off them so I can level up electoral and tailoring. MPs still feel laggy when you're around others. If they're like a high ping and you're not, yes. Like if your ping is different from the people around you, it'll feel kind of bad. Alright, I have no more spears. And so the lagginess is especially evident if you are fence fighting, because you know, if somebody that has 140 pings next to you and they're hitting a zombie on the floor, sometimes they'll teleport that floor zombie next to you when it's, you know, 10 feet in front of you on your screen or something. It'd be kind of jank. Yeah, it's not as awful. It's just, you know, scenarios like I'm describing where you're hitting something on the floor, trying to do a hold out kind of thing. Sprinters were yesterday. How fare you on your journey to be rebuilding society? I have an entire castle. But yeah, this run I started with nothing at all. And I'm not allowed to, you know, get loot or clothes or anything from zombies unless it's, you know, something like duct tape that I can't craft myself. Any great starting tips? I'm dying a bunch and I'm sure it's just decent learning curve. If you're very new to the game, I would recommend not overlooking the nimble skill. Make sure you have nimble. Nimble is how fast you move while you're in an action stance, aka like, you know, when you have a weapon out. That'll make attacking multiple Zeds a lot easier. Nimble you can get by taking the gymnast trait when you make your character a gymnast. And I would probably recommend trying the carpenter occupation out, because you get a weapon skill and a maintenance bonus. Maintenance bonus dictates how long your weapons are going to last. But yeah, if you take gymnast, carpenter, then you have kind of all the tools you need to kind of get started with, you know, super early game. So negative traits to like offset that, I would probably look into taking slow healer, weak stomach, conspicuous. That's honestly probably enough to, you know, offset your build right off the rip, but those are easy to deal with negatives. Joshua Graham, yeah, I've got the face mask to kind of fit in with that. At some point I'm probably going to need to stop wearing the face mask though, because it's getting warmer. No longer the winter. Yeah, if you see the stamina moodle, it's time to back off. So whenever you have the lungs moodle pop up, that means your damage is halved. And if you ever see the drowsy moodle, that also halves your damage. So those two moodles you especially want to pay attention to. So as soon as you get drowsy, that's time to go home and go to sleep. And as soon as you get exerted, that's your cue to kind of back off and sit on the floor and rest. Yeah, admittedly, if you're watching the gameplay right now, it's a bit late game, so I can get away with a lot late game, whereas early game you have to play a little bit more carefully. Like if you're watching somebody play 16x and they're, you know, months if not years into the game, it's gonna look nothing like that when you start one. I can get away with, you know, so many more mistakes nowadays than I could when I started out. Because, you know, my stats are higher. That's kind of what makes this game mode fun. There's a reason to grind it. Just play RuneWorld, bro. Hope you doing good. I thought you died in this game now. It's been a while since I've had like a 16x late game death. How long am I in? I'm 7 months and 24 days. I used dev command. I did not. Yeah, yesterday I was just playing some sprinters. Different game mode. Yeah, I have a couple videos on my channel showing like late game deaths or whatever, but honestly it's been a while since I've I've died in a run. But it can happen. It does happen. Yeah, I mean, if you do have a late game death, like, and it's, you know, totally understandable to take a break from the game, or not want to immediately rip another run after something like that. So, like, goodbye 400 hours. What would be my best advice for a start in 16x? I think if you are just you're used to apocalypse settings, you think it's a little too easy, you want to try something hard, you can just take those same apocalypse settings and make it a 4 times population. I think 4 times is like what I kind of learned most of the game on anyway, because I watched Romulan Archer play, and I thought he was playing insane, but he wasn't. And like I just went into that game mode, and that's just kind of how I learned. So I learned on 4x. I used a lot of like fire when I started off. You don't need to, especially if you're not playing with respawns, but I think Molotov gameplay kind of does teach you horde management and dodging and, keeping your distance and not fighting all the time, managing exertion. But admittedly, I think Molotov gameplay nowadays might be pretty hard because of corpse sickness. That's like the main killer of Molotov. You just are standing on top of a bunch of corpses. But they're glass in my windows. I can't make the panes. I can't make the panes because I can't read, and I need to be able to read to do glass making so I can make the panes at level 4. Because I can't even start doing this. They can't learn the recipe. I could steal them, but yeah, that Romulan Archer is what got me into PZ back in build 40. Into the game well. I'm not new at all. Good knowledge, but cannot survive spawn in 16x. 16x, you like if you're trying to stay in the towns on your spawn, you have to have like high fitness and strength to start off, and it's really spawn dependent still. But you just need to learn to play in the woods more than anything. How to get a run going. Like, it's not impossible to do in the towns. I definitely did it quite a bit in build 41, but that was also back when fences were unbreakable. So there's, certain areas that were far more defensible and easy to manipulate than they are nowadays. No, there's no insulation added from windows. You can have so how PZ looks at buildings, you can have a 4x4 of door frames, with no door in it, and just stand in that, and that's counted as an inside if there's a roof, and be fully insulated. You don't need a door. There's no insulation value lost or gained from having the windows opened or closed, or doors opened or closed. You just can hear different ambient noise if you have it. Yeah, there's so Echo Creek has the, you know, original Cabin in the Woods gameplay that I survived like forever on and killed a million whatever oids. South of Echo Creek, there's a cabin that's really not that populated, and there's a convenient wire fence that you can lure oids away and smash them on the head to get to. Spigot, everything over there. It's probably one of the easiest 60-neck start areas. Why you see so many people playing there. So as soon as it qualifies a room, it's insulated. Yeah, it's you just need to have 4 walls and a roof. That's all a room is in PZ. Sometimes you don't even need to roof the whole thing. It's just like a percentage. Yeah, the way of telling if a room is an interior or not is just when the temperature changes. So it's -7 or -3 Celsius out here, and I go inside 22. If there's just any change at all in temperature when you're walking around, inside or outside. Yeah, there's certain buildings like gazebo kind of things that don't have walls that are still counted as interior for whatever reason. But you can't build that stuff. They do exist. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Muldrow. Is probably my favorite town, but it's kind of nostalgia more than anything. I think Muldrow or West Point are my favorite vanilla spawns. Did you see this project zombie to new PC owner? Yeah, I think like even if you have a potato computer, it's still pretty playable. But yeah, if you are new, it's not, you won't really get like transferable skills from playing this game. Other games, at least not anything that I play, but I do enjoy it a lot, and I think it's a good PC game to get into. There is a, you know, controller option, but I can't really recommend it myself because I haven't played with it, and also the inventory management in this game, you really want to have a mouse and keyboard for that. How long can you survive in a porta potty in the woods? Well, you can't sleep in there, so not long. You can sleep on the floor. Zomboid runs poorly on the potato PCs now. RIP. Yeah, he's saying he's a new PC owner, so I imagine his computer might be newer, you know? Yeah, I used to play Zomboid on a much worse computer, like a 1060. It was fine back then. $3,000 calories. So did this start out as a pure wilderness? Yeah. You can go back to eating bugs in the woods. That was the first VOD of this, but I ran out with no clothes and no real, I just nothing pretty much. So far everything has just been what I can craft. So that's why I have crafted briefs, crafted jacket, crafted pants, crafted shoes, crafted bandolier, crafted backpack, crafted headgear. Okay, I didn't make the watch, but you can't make a watch. Crafted holster, all crafted. Yeah, just I was in the town. I had 0 strength and 0 fitness.
there's 1 million oids, and I ran outside when I was naked, and now I'm here. Like 8 months later. Yeah, sprinters can be fun. I do just like them separate. Like either all sprinters or all. Like if I'm playing with a percentage sprinter the whole time, I'm just like going outside and thinking to myself like, okay, so this is just there's not like any suspense in like how I die. I just know I'm gonna die to some sprinter bullshit when I get hit by a fence or whatever. But if I'm playing with all sprinters, I know what to expect. It's a little bit more enjoyable for me. Oh, some texture performance things. Yeah, I haven't tried any mods out for it in particular, but I do know that like the what is it? Blood decals are very bad. I have it on 20% right now, but you're just turning those off in general, or corpse shadows wherever those are. Yeah, but I haven't tried any performance mods, but so yours, does it make these like lower or something? Lower values? I guess this is maximum texture set, maximum vehicle texture. Crafted bandolier, yeah, you can do it with just leather strips. You don't even need to dry leather out. Look at this. No leather. I intend on, you know, getting this. There's a military store down here. And I want to use guns a bit more, but this entire area is not clear. Lowers the quality of 3D models. Yeah, the 3D models are a huge performance. So I can understand how that would help. There's been a few times where I wish maybe if some models could just be cut entirely from being 3D, like the grass textures or something like that, but it would help. Been logged on the server for the last 30 minutes, thought I logged out. Oh, well, at least you didn't starve. You figured it out. I know TwisTonFire uses like a trash tile thing or whatever. It's like a 50 store. So basically how Zomboid looks at stuff on the floor is the floor around me has 50 capacity. And what I think it does is he just has like a trash thing that you can walk on, but you can put stuff in it. I've never played with it myself, but there's some, you know, performance to be had from doing that. Animal cage small and animal cage medium. Yeah, they're just on the floor. I have some like over here that I haven't done anything with in a while. And speaking of animal cages, I need to do get the farming going. Oh, there's just these potatoes. Yeah, I've had a few starvation deaths in PZ, not like on a character, but when I was in debug and trying to see something and I fast forward the game 1000% and I forget that my guy's not in God mode, so he just dies. That because I went like 5 days in the future. Oh, nice. I didn't know I could just get rid of the book that way. Alright, do some carrots. Do some cabbage. Lemongrass. We do watermelon. I can't see good. Can you fix it? What, on my stream right now? Let me just get rid of the fog. No biggie. Just planting in purgatory. Alright, well now here is the task of filling up all these burrows of the water. Why can I not fill this up? Bro, what? My bucket, like, broken? 32x pop? Not possible. Thank you for asking. When is the next thing? Are my buckets, like, broken now or something? Bro, I can't even transfer liquid this way. Are all of them broken? Bro. Do I always pick carpenter? My longest run or whatever, I did burger flipper. No, you can only do 16x. It's not the leader bucket. I've used those in the past. Like, I've literally used those in this run as water buckets. I've boiled water in them. That's how there's, you know, 100 liters of water in this. Yeah, I think they're just bugged. I mean, I can use this bucket. Or, no, I can't. Okay. Bro. This is why buckets are just hooked. Bro, and I just have the foggiest day of my whole life while this is going on, so I can't really tell where the other buckets are. Is farming good in build 42? No. I have the farming speed up 5 times. That's like the only reason I'm doing it. without the farming speed increased, there's like zero reason to interact with it because you can just fish for calories. Like I'm fishing 9 at this point because it's still just that much better. Yeah, I think the buckets are just like I can maybe use empty bucket. So carved bucket versus empty bucket, and these actually have like a liter capacity listed on them, whereas these ones don't. And this one is carved bucket, empty bucket. Yeah, I don't know. I might need to, you know, spawn in some different paint buckets or something like that. Because they were working before. I think the update to 42.2 or whatever, that hotfix probably, it broke a lot of my furniture too. Like there were certain tables and stuff that I had used as crafting surfaces, but I couldn't use them again until I picked them up and put them down. Virgil is trying to use the lighter as a flashlight. Alright. That is most of them watered. Yeah, I have... So this run in particular is a bit different from my other runs. I'm playing with... what is it? 5 times row speed. The season's off, which makes it a lot easier to do farming. So that way I'll actually do some farming instead of just doing fishing the whole time, but I'm still doing a lot of fishing. Because it's just, you can catch these, you know, 1,000 plus gallery, 2,000, 1,000, 1,000. Is there a way to get rid of the new large tree stumps? I think maybe if you got a pickaxe, but it's been, you know, talked about in this stream, these cannot be used as a craft surface. So if you try to make like an axe or something that needs a surface, you can't use them. But I haven't tried to get rid of them yet. I even have one like in my house, I think. Somewhere. Yeah, down here. It's, I put a floor down and it's still there. You have one that's bugged also, minimal 1,000 liters. Yeah, I haven't looked at the animal trough in a bit. I haven't really even checked on my animals in a while, but I think it's fine. I think what might have happened in that update is if the buckets you had were empty, they got changed into that. Or if the trough you had was empty, it got changed into that. But if the bucket you had water in it, it probably stayed the same. I haven't made any new buckets since that update, but I still have some that work. Painted mouse from rainwater and 42.20. I don't think so. I mean, I could still get queasy if I drink from rainwater. Why so cloudy? Just how it is, bro. It's just the weather for today. Why is the sky blue? See if it would hide it. It's not getting rid of it either. I think if you... So I can try to make a pickaxe here and see if... But you can remove stumps with a pickaxe. Level 7. I know the recipe. Steel blocked pierced. Can I not make a block? Block. Forged block from chunks. Iron block. Pierce block. Pickaxe. Oh, my ears. Oh, well, I can't hear you anything anymore because of what you did. All right, pickaxe. Limited use can be removed. Small tree stumps. Gardening, yeah, you can remove it with the pickaxe. So if I really want, if you have like an interior one like that, you can just get rid of it. Yeah, there are existing stumps. You know, of course, it's the foggiest day ever right now, but there are, you know, worse stumps in the game before this update, this one. So this is a stump. Like, if you've ever tried to get rid of this thing, you can't, but you can get rid of this with a pickaxe. I never really understood what that thing is even supposed to be, but apparently it's a stump. How do you move so fast? You just right click, walk to, or press Y on your keyboard, select a tile, and 2 times fast forward. You can walk around very fast. Oh wait, this is tool. Put that with the tools. A lot of those large trees, and they are driving me crazy. Yeah, I don't think the stump does anything bad. It just, if you build like a house or whatever, it stays there. It's kind of annoying because you have to like look at it. You can put armor on mannequins, you can, but I don't think you can make mannequins. You might be able to make a scarecrow. Yeah, you can do this, but I can't make long johns. So I guess scarecrow is the closest thing to a mannequin that you can make just in vanilla. But you can steal them from like stores and stuff. With a knife, start to remove the bush and then hover over the. Yeah, you can cut the bushes down. You can cut down trees really quickly that way. But you only get bush loot by doing that. So you just get like a twig and a tree branch rather than the whole thing. But if you're trying to like clear a path for, you know, your car or something like that, it's actually kind of useful. Yeah, multiplayer is a bit more dependent on whoever your host or, you know, server owner is to make it a little bit more balanced, because you can't fast forward the game. So certain skills, you know, like carving, dapping, masonry, that you are sitting there and crafting a bunch of stuff. You know, single player, you can 4 times fast forward, but in multiplayer, you can't. Can you somehow remove this new annoying stone? I don't think you can. I mean, I haven't tried that. I know what you're talking about, but let's see if the pickaxe can get rid of it. Like, you mean like this? No. Maybe if you have a sledgehammer, you can break it. Yeah, like I have this rock. That rock. I think there's another one somewhere over here. Yeah, you probably need a sledgehammer. Or just debug mode and delete the tile or something. You can nuke such a large tree with the pocket knife, yeah. I'm sure they'll fix it at some point, but you know, use it sparingly. But I used it when I was I cut like a path between here and here. Made it a lot easier. You can try with the maul. I think the maul and the pickaxe are the same in terms of their abilities. But I mean, I'll try with the maul. Wherever the maul is, I have one. It's right here. Yeah, you can't get it with the maul. And the maul can't get rid of stumps, but the pickaxe can. Yeah, the maul is only really useful for breaking apart large stones. That's it. Level up glass making for me? No. I need to read a magazine to be able to do the level 1 craft. And I can't read. This is something I've been meaning to do for a while, but over here, if I build a bridge that goes up, I think I can, I don't really save time. I think I might just have the bridge go across like over here or something. Yeah, that's where I have a door anyway. We'll just do a bridge here. It'll look better. An actual sledge to get rid of those small rocks? I don't have a sledgehammer, so I can't tell you. Don't know. Those rocks are brand new, so I've not a lot of experience with them. Oh, I already had an axe. Whoops. Hate the new trees. I'm a huge fan of the new trees. Also, the new trees are far more spaced out. You can actually just run through the woods now, most of the time, without using walk. And they drop so much more loot. And look at this, you can mouse over them and see through them too. Sometimes. I would much rather have the trees not be walk throughable because oids can also walk through them when they can. Grinding aiming, I mean, start with an aiming bonus and read the books. And then don't miss. Yeah, I've been using the revolver, but I think the revolver is just one of the better weapons in the game because it doesn't use magazines. You just press R and it reloads. Keeps things simple. Yeah, I mean, just use whatever you have ammo for, honestly. I probably wouldn't use the rifle until, you know, I had a decent aiming level. I would start off with the pistols or the shotgun. Yeah, I mean, like, if you have a bunch of mags, but it's just typically in my experience, you know, if you're using guns, that you're gonna alert more than, you know, what 4 mags can handle. Because that gives you, what, 60 shots to work with if you're using a Beretta. I find it far more easy to just, you know, keep an eye on how many shots I'm shooting and, you know, more or less use the revolver like I'm charging up the gun, you know, just tapping R whenever I'm not shooting. Why do anything, man? I mean, like, I've already more or less beat the game, right? Like, I can just sit in the woods and there's no reason to interact with oids. Hell, I could even just build stairs across the, you know, bottom part of my castle and live here indefinitely. But I'm using guns because it's fun. But yeah, it's not optimal. I mean, if I just want to be optimal kill everything guy, then, you know, like I already have axe leveled up, I could just use the flint saw, have a whole bunch, you know. Flint saw, stone scythe it up. Yeah, but I mean, like, with a magazine, you're limited by how many you have loaded. With a revolver, there is just no limit. You're only limited by how much ammo you can hold. I feel like with a magazine, I'm far more often, I get to the bottom of my mags and my guy just starts, you know, jacking off his magazine for 15 rounds. Put a wall around Louisville and kill the whole city? Who would do that? Who on earth would do that? What? Yeah, who would build a giant wall around Louisville and 16x2 times population voids and then upload a video of them doing it? What? Yeah, I don't think police officer was ever bad per se, but it got made a lot better because veteran is like just worse. Hey, what's up, Gabriel? Gabriel, what's going on, bro? I am cutting trees down again so I can make a bridge. Save some time going into town. And this is more charcoal. It's definitely give me enough charcoal for me to get to level 9 or whatever, but you know, it's gonna edge me in the right direction. I mean, I don't know. A lot of people join in and see this gameplay and assume that I just live in the woods the entire time, but it is just not true. There are times where, you know, I'm out here trying to, you know, progress to build something or something like that. That doesn't involve me just killing 1 million oids all the time. Farming is too overpowered, said nobody ever. Unless you mean like I don't know, niche case like butter or something like that, but that's more animals than it is farming. Do I really not have any more rope? I guess I'll just try to find some. It's a dog bane real quick to make more rope. Instantly dog bane, awesome. Oh, even more. Okay, I'm just so blessed. Whoa, how did he find the dog bane that quick? Well, in my game, I can't find it. Yeah, that was kind of... Not only did I find dog bane, I found it like 3 times. Oh wait, I have the nails over here. Forgot about that. Alright, this goes in the bag. In the bag. Saw, do it a bunch. Yeah, well, that's like the one thing farming has is sunflower oil. I don't think the existence of, you know, farming being able to make 1 calorie plus thing makes it any better than fishing being able to pull out 20,000 calorie fish. What's up, billionaire Bob? Or, you know, the same difference for harvesting an adult rabbit and getting 8,000 calories from it. Oh, I'm out of nails. Open. Okay, put this on the floor and then open it. Why am I... Okay, there we go. That was weird. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think farming could use more things like sunflower oil. As it stands, sunflowers, like, it's the only thing that you should really be growing. Oh, it's connected now. Oh well. I was trying to avoid connecting it, but now I have to build something over here. For the other stuff just to make the tastier food for my character. Yeah, it's not bad for happiness reduction, but like you can also, you know, just put one ingredient into a salad bowl and get all the stuff if you really care about it. But yeah, it is kind of fun to make late game meals that have multiple things in it. Wooden nails yet? Yeah, I think there really should be. Like the only instance that I really think nails hurt is the pottery wheel. This takes nails and it should not. If that were not the case for the pottery wheel, you could go all the way to nails with no foraging. Yeah, I'm not like fully safe over here is the thing. Yes, sunflower oil and yeah, butter are permanent. But the ocean is also permanent. You can pull 20,000 calorie fish out the ocean whenever you want. Wrong menu. Hawk-shaped bridge. Maybe, no, it has to connect to something. You preserve fish? No, I just eat it before it goes bad. And only catch what I need to eat. Used to be as long as you were negative of calories, you could stuff yourself with endless food and you could gain weight from farming. That was only true for like whatever it is, cabbages. How do you level fitness fast? Just squat 1 million times. There's no trick to it. You just grind squats. How long have I played Zomboid? Like 3,000 hours since 2019. Yeah, you just do squats, bruh. That's it. I mean, yeah, you can do fitness instructor or something like that, but you're spending a lot of points if you're not starting 0-0. If you like intend on doing a long run or something like that, then it's a lot of points. Yeah, fitness is the like least fun grind out of it, because not only is fitness take forever to do, it feels awful when you're a low level. Now Nimble's okay, because Nimble, you know, once you get it to 3, you're chilling. But, you know, fitness, once you get to level 3, you still, you know, feel like shit. Like my character right now with Nimble, whatever, I will feel no different playing the game than when I max out Nimble, which I have. Wait, since when can you fast forward walking when you're... Dude, is this new? Wait. No. You can only... If you fast forward when you build something, you don't have to do 2 times speed anymore. You can do, like, real time. Like, look at that. I broke my hammer. That is a different change. I did not know that. Single player versus multiplayer is a whole different beast. What do you mean? They're the same. I mean, even I think, you know, 4 nimbles around where it's just like does not matter to get it anymore. Like, of course, having higher nimble is better, but you never really have to turn around at that level. Yeah, single player and multiplayer nimble grind is exactly the same. Especially because, like, up until recently, you were never able to fast forward. High level carpentry, just build stuff. You build. You're asking how to level it from 0. You can make planks and then put them in the ground as a post. You can do a post at level 0, and all it takes is a plank and no nails. But I would just build stuff. What are you wetting about? Yeah, fence does take nails though. But if you're, you know, level 0 carpentry, you can just look at post, fence post. You can do 1 plank, and it takes no skill. You just put those in the ground. The build with F6, yeah, I don't know, that's like new to even this update of build 42. I've never done that before. Because you still can't walk with fast forward. This is like me attempting to do it. You can do this way, but like if I take the plank, Go over here. Type floor. I can go multiple tiles. That's new. I've never done that. You need craft nails to grind blacksmith? Somebody asking about blacksmith? Did anyone say blacksmith anything? I don't see it. Yeah, the nimble thing is new too, but this build thing is new. The nimble fast forward thing is pretty niche though. I don't think it's like game changing or anything. Maybe like early game. There's honestly never really been a time where I'm like, okay, time to grind nimble by walking around. Yeah, with the stone wall, I gotta, you know, get stones for. Do all that. Not really worried about strength as much today. I'm just putting a wall up. Like, you know what else is stronger than the stone wall is the metal wall, but I'm not going to do that. No, this is pure vanilla. Not pure, but I mean, I've RuneScape XP bar. If you're interested in the mods that we have, we'll do this little talk that I've never done before. I have some mods, they show statistics. They're in the description, so they just add stats to the game. Everything is vanilla. No items, no gameplay mechanics. Just build 42 stable. Still going down. I have another 1,000 calories I can eat, but I'm gonna need a fish again here pretty soon. Fresh cooked. Eat all. Yeah, still losing weight. As far as this run, I'm 7 months and 26 days in. Got it on the screen right now. 7 months, 26 days, 15,000 kills, something like that. Nothing crazy, but, you know, I've been a little more focused on starting from nothing and building a giant castle. Put up a wall on the south side of the gate. I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna just have everything created day one, but we're working on making a little fortification over here. It's a process, man. And soon the process will be done, and then people will start asking what the goal is. Put down. Get all of our logs. Log stack. Where'd it go? Primary 3 log stack. Go over here. 4 logs. Unstack. Ah, don't do that. 4 log stack. Secondary. Where'd my... Wait, where it is? Where is it? Oh, I just don't have another one. Okay. Craft candles. Candles will be nice. Some of that, though, is like from animal fat, though. You're unable to process that currently. Because there just is no lard. Oh. Did I leave that one there? I guess. Alright, that is probably enough to put some walls up. Got a bunch more charcoal stuff. I'm probably going to run out of nails here, though, is the thing. Yeah, if you could get fat from pigs, they'd be more useful besides just being leather machines. But right now, you can get leather from them. It's not the worst thing ever, but... is about it. Oh, am I... Yeah, I have 1 nail to my name. Not great. We're very skilled at sawing a log and spinning in a circle at the same time. Alright, a bit spooky doing this, but I am just gonna audio, put that down to that. Do nails. Do a bunch of them. Actually, we can do iron. Oh, that is all my iron. All right, 100 nails got to get me somewhere, right? You would think. Bro, it's you can only do that fast forward thing for floors. Like I'm trying to do it for the wall and it's not working. That is a bizarre thing. Oh, dude, I'm just eating the nails. That's they're going away quick. Alright, we're gonna do a little funny construction here. Oh, I also demolished my twine too. Alright, well we gotta find some more dogbane again. Let me just find scripted dogbane real quick. That's twine. Twine, make it. And yeah, I mean, I have done quite a bit of foraging, so yeah, wild plant, not exactly the most rare thing here. Where's wild plant? Okay, well, it literally is rare, but rare doesn't mean it's unplentiful, I guess, in Zomboid's eyes. Alright, now the weights can't get through. for now. Do that, chuck that on the floor. Get all this stuff. Do smelt that. You actually gain weight from meat from pigs now. Just rabbits, fish. That's the only meat you can do. Rabbits and fish. Everything else is too low calories. You won't be able to eat enough to gain weight. You can sit there all day and eat pork and not gain weight. Alright, my bad. I tried to like pause it to make it quieter, but it just wasn't happening. Alright, that is gonna do it here for now. Like throw some stairs down. A bit concerning now with meta events nowadays because they can get to my base, but be too crazy. But it was far more defensible before I built this, but now I have an easier time getting into town. Shouldn't take forever. Oh my god, where did all these... Oh wait, no, I've been cutting the trees down, of course, they're just around. Drawer for fuel. Wait, I should do this over at the fire over here. There is less fuel here. Yeah, only 18 hours. Are raccoons good? I haven't tried them. I mean, if you're doing trapping, which is like how you're getting raccoons, you can already get rabbits, and rabbits are just going to be, you know, the tried and true. I would stick with those. But I get maybe you're trying to just like try everything out. My favorite thing about Build 42, I mean, I like the new building structures and primitive approach that you can take to the game. There's far more stuff to do out in the woods. Farming rats. Yeah, speaking of that, should probably kill all my rats before they just kill my game. Gonna be me or the rats. I'm gonna choose me. Alright, lost weight today, but I am at the 5-hour mark, which for current employment, I'm gonna have to end it here. But pretty solid stream in terms of, so we got plants planted. They're gonna be a while for them to grow. I have a bridge that goes across the river now. So I think what happens next, I need to cut my way through the trees here. Then I'll have a much easier access to get to the town, right? And I probably need to base up in one of the houses here. I'm thinking maybe somewhere on the main strip would be kind of nice. Have a base in there that'll, you know, help me in terms of exploring north and exploring out this way. I did previously look in this stream at the house right here. I think I'm gonna try to get this place situated as a little outpost, because if I do intend on, you know, getting to the military store right here, I'm gonna need some kind of sleeping arrangement that's a little closer than this house. So something that house needs to be barricaded, and then somewhere in, I haven't chosen where, but you know, maybe on the main road here, or even, you know, I could base up next to the water and, you know, fish. Wouldn't be too bad. But yep, that's what we're gonna end it for today. What skills did I get? You know, closing in on strength 8 or fitness 8. It's gonna be a while, but strength I've not put in really any effort to grinding. Maybe if I can get the press going for oil, I can start doing the protein bonus and then doing some strength. But I think the press oil, I need a few different things. I need oil press, which I can do. And yeah, I haven't really done that yet. So, but that might be something that I'll entertain here in the future. But yeah, we're gonna end it here for tonight, guys, and I'll catch you guys later.